Good evening. We're
You can
thrilled
start
to
talking
welcome
now.
you. Yeah. Good evening. We're thrilled to welcome you to Independent Australia's election live stream. I'm Michelle Pini, and my co-host this evening is IA founder and publisher and media maverick, Dave Donovan. Hello, Dave.
No, it shouldn't be.
Okay, no one can hear me. Apologies for that. I'm sure we'll be live very soon. Can you hear me, Dave?
Just bear with us, guys. Just a few technical issues. We've never actually done this before.
We haven't.
I can't hear Michelle, and so I'm just going to ramble on at the moment. Welcome to Independent Australia's live stream. My name's David Donovan. I'm the founder and publisher of Independent Australia. The good-looking person that you can see, well, that's me. No, the good-looking person you can see is Michelle on the other side of the screen there. You can hear Michelle. She can. They can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I've got Dan over here. I'll give you a picture of Dan.
Oh, no, you don't need a picture of Dan.
There's Dan working away. All right, so pretty professional stuff going on here. But anyway, this is our first go at doing a live stream. And I'm going to pass over to Michelle, and she's going to give you an outline of what we'll be doing tonight.
Hey, so
Go, Michelle.
I'll start again. You've already introduced yourself. Good evening. We're thrilled to welcome you to Independent Australia's first election. I'm actually talking. You can't hear me. Wow. Okay, this isn't really working very well. It tells me everyone can see and hear me.
Just go into the audio settings.
Okay, just let's take 5, guys. So sorry about that.
Oh, plug in those headphones, right, that are on the desk there. See whether I can hear him.
Michelle's just dropped it.
No, I still can't hear anything.
Well, she's not there anymore either.
Yeah. All right. Let's just take. Yeah, Michelle.
Hey, I've just closed it temporarily. Seem to hear me, but it tells me that everyone can see and hear me.
They can, yeah. I can't hear anything. That's the thing that I was saying there before. Right, we're actually on air at the moment, so everyone's seeing that. Folks, just bear with us. We are going to sort this out.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, so this is just live TV at its finest.
Best.
All right, great.
Okay, bye.
Terrific. Mate, just unplug this microphone. I'll sit around there, and we'll just go off the computer audio. Okay?
Well, I don't know about you.
Because obviously, what I need is headphones that plug in here. Yeah, just pass over those headphones. I just solved my own problem.
Maybe we can just. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you?
Yeah, I could.
Thanks.
So, how's everybody doing on a Saturday night?
Yeah, this is why I asked you. Anyway.
I did. Jeez. Now everyone's going to see what a wonderful boss you are.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right. Just unplug those speakers. Unplug these for me. Unplug. The other way. All right.
I can't hear you. I might do my soft shoe now.
Now, people, tell me you can hear me.
I can hear you now.
It's all right.
Hallelujah.
No, I don't feel flustered in the slightest. This is fabulous. All right. Michelle, without further ado, can we cut that out?
Can anyone see and hear me? Because can you hear me? You can't hear me.
We can't see you. I can hear you fine, but for some reason we can't see you.
Right. Okay. Well, why don't I?
It might be
I'll
that
just
you might have turned off your video stream, or
All right, I'll try it again.
all right. So sorry for these technical difficulties. Wow, it's like a living nightmare. Apart from these technical difficulties, we're going to be speaking at 7:30 to Dr. Tim Dunlop. Hey, look, I'm just going to do my hair now because I'm feeling a little flustered. We're going to speak to Michelle. It's so good to have you on.
Don't tell me we're both live.
Yeah, all right. Maybe you can do your spiel now at long last.
Okay.
One that I can hear.
Just pretend we've just started.
Pretend that we're just not rank amateurs at doing live video streams.
We'll just blame Dan.
Although the evidence points to the contrary. Carry on.
Okay, so good evening. We're thrilled to welcome you to Independent Australia's election live stream. I'm Michelle Pini, and my co-host this evening is IA founder and publisher and media maverick, Dave Donovan.
Hi.
Hi, Dave. Now, we'll be bringing you live election developments each hour throughout the evening, and we'll be joined by special guests, including former independent federal MP for Wentworth, Professor Kerryn Phelps, author and academic Dr. Tim Dunlop, IA Investigations Editor and Federal ICAC Now Senate candidate Ross Jones, IA columnist and volunteer in the Voices for Kooyong campaign Hayden O'Connor, and more. You're also welcome to direct questions to our special guests or hosts and comment on the election in real time as the evening develops. And we will be awarding a $100 Apple gift card for the best comment question of the night. So far, we had one from Pagnol. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Who said that this is more interesting than watching the Beat Router on Channel 2. Is I think what.
Good on you, Pagnol. You're a good commenter for IA. We love you.
We love you.
Nice little bit of boogie there, Michelle.
Thank you. So I was practicing my soft shoe while we were trying to get the technical stuff, up and working. Now, Dave, let's start off with a little bit of a rundown of where you see the issues at the moment, and how you think this is likely to pan out. Now, we are going to be very careful. We're going to be very conservative this year.
Don't ask me too complicated questions.
Oh, sorry.
Just keep it simple. Do you want me to? Can we just stick to what I think the issues are and how it's going to pan out before we move on to anything more? All right. I think the issues, and we'll be talking to media expert Dr. Tim Dunlop a little later in the piece, 7:30, I think, somewhere around then.
Correct.
I think one of the major issues that I can see in this election is the performance of the media, which Tim Dunlop has written a very good piece in for his blog just this week, which we'll be discussing with him. I think, the issues are obviously all of us want to get this sort of quasi-fascist, Pentecostal weirdo out of power, but whether the majority of Australians will agree with us still remains to be seen. I've just got Dan here. He's waving a finger around. I'm just not quite sure. Can't hear me. Can you hear me, Michelle?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Ah,
Oh, good.
okay.
It's excellent.
Yeah, just we're getting a comment that people can't hear me. So hopefully they can. So I think that's the main issue, and it'd be very interesting to see what might happen if, as expected, Anthony Albanese is successful in the Labor Party in forming a new government soon. So anyway, what do you think of the big issues, Michelle Pini, editor of Independent Australia?
What do I think of the big issues? Well, first of all, I agree with you. Absolutely, the media is being, front and centre as always, basically cheerleading for the government at this stage. And, as late as this evening, the sort of the primary issue that seems to be coming forth from everybody who is considered an expert on the commercial channels at the moment is that, sure, there's been issues with the economy, but these are issues that have nothing to do with this government because they were in such a difficult situation with the pandemic, which is rather interesting, I feel. That really comes down to personalities. I can't see. Oh, we've got another little visitor there, have we, Dave? Am I boring you? Anyway, so I can't. Yeah, I've got nothing. There you go.
Yeah, you got
It's a great start.
Oh, bad dog. All right.
I don't see how 3 years, of what we've seen from this government, which includes, so many scandals, so many, alleged incidences of corruption. We've seen a sort of I guess, really a situation where they've tended to ignore everything and hope it will just go away. And of course, the media has given them that benefit of the doubt, and we now have a situation where we're only talking about personalities of Anthony Albanese and Scott Morrison as though nothing's happened prior.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you're saying essentially, it's just a giant clusterfuck. Is that?
Well, I wouldn't have used quite those words, but sure.
No, well.
Yeah.
Anyway, look.
And we just had a comment come up, and I can't see it. I'm not sure where. Dan, can you tell us where the comments go? It flashed up. Here we go. Charmaine.
We've got Dan over here, who's showing. That's Dan's hand. Showing, he's got the ability to put comments up there. So to be in the running for a comment for the Apple iCard, you'll know because Dan will put it up there.
Okay.
So thanks Daniel KC. Love your work.
Yeah, thanks Daniel KC. But we had one from Charmaine.
Charmaine.
Can you read? Yes.
Dan's going to show that. Please? Thanks, Charmaine. Love you, Charmaine.
Charmaine says, compared to the other coverage, this is by far the best. Real people, so refreshing. I think we've got our winner already.
All right. So we're going to take a break now so we can watch some of the other coverage and find out, whether Anthony Green has already awarded the election to Labor, hopefully. And we'll be back with you in about 3/4 of an hour at 7:30. See you later.
Excellent. Bye, guys.
Welcome back. My name's David Donovan, as usual, and my wonderful co-host here is the editor of Independent Australia, Michelle Pini, down in Melbourne. I'm sitting here on the sunny Gold Coast, except it's not sunny, obviously it's night time.
I don't think that's
sort of
a very good
commentary
excuse.
that people are coming in droves. I want to ask you, Michelle, you've been watching a selection of the mainstream media over the intervening 45 minutes. Can you give me your general thoughts about how things are going in this election thing?
I think, judging by what everyone said so far, it's certainly, early in the piece. However, there certainly doesn't appear to be a giant landslide, which is concerning, to say the least. But we'll, I think it is too early. I think, certainly all indications are not enough of the votes have been counted, and certainly not in key seats, I suppose, that will make the difference. So, yeah, we're sort of waiting cautiously with eerie anticipation, let's say.
Eerie, very eerie.
Eerie. It's very eerie at
Uncanny.
the moment. But we have Tim Wilson, I believe, Dave, almost ready to discuss this further with us. He may be having a problem with video live stream, though, so we'll just see how we go with that.
Tim Dunlop, our expert commentator, particularly on the media. Well, look, it doesn't look like he's online. Dan, do we have
I think
Tim
in the waiting room?
No. All right. Well, not that my viewpoint is of any interest to you, because obviously you didn't ask me about it. This is the sort of respect I get around this place. Start off an independent publication a decade ago. Exactly. Anybody care about your opinion? No respect. Anyway, here's what I think. Whatsoever. I've been watching a little bit of Channel 10. I started off with. That's okay, Michelle. I forgive you. A little bit of Channel 10, and with the wonderful Hugh Remington, who I've got a lot of time for. A bit of a Twitter man, bit of a Twitter follower of both of us, I think. He's a good fella, friend of IA, and he was, hosting a lot of that. And then Peter Van Onselen came on.
Yeah.
And so I had to go over to ABC, and I got Anthony Green, who just launched into a rant about why the Greens are calling themselves his name, which I thought was a bit unusual. That didn't really happen.
Mm-hmm.
No, so at the moment, my general take is that Labor seem to be behind, but it's early days yet. Too early to tell, with only about 10 or maybe 15% of the vote counted in some of the seats. But at this stage, it's not looking like it's going to be an early night. Not from my perspective. A little disappointing, but not totally surprising given the resoundingly one-sided election coverage that we've seen from the mainstream media. It's only been one way. A lot of these journalists, so-called, I think, really need to take a look at themselves. But any case, how are we going with Tim Dunlop? No video.
No video, but I believe we can do audio. I think he said.
All right, let's see whether we can do audio with Tim.
Yeah. So that's interesting anyway, Dave, and we'll just see Tim's there. Are you there, Tim?
Yes, I am. Hi, how are you?
Oh, excellent. Good. How are you? Thanks so much. Thanks so much for joining us.
Welcome.
So early in the piece, we know, and I'm assuming that you're watching the coverage, Tim.
Yes, I am. Mainly had the ABC on, flicked over to Sky a little bit for my sins, but mainly the ABC.
Hey, Tim, can I interrupt you for a moment? So I'm really sorry. Do you have like a camera, like a camera
No, I'm actually out at a function and I'm
okay.
hiding in a room, and it just seems to be bad internet connection. I'm sorry, so it's probably best
No,
to. I think
the
it'll cut
internet
out if I
connection's fine. I
turn
was
the
just
video
wondering
on.
whether we were missing something. Sorry, carry on, Michelle. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just, Tim's a very good-looking man. I just wanted all our viewers to be able to also enjoy his fairly refined features.
Thank you. Excellent face for radio.
Oh, I doubt that, Tim. So, but anyway, so what are your thoughts so far? I believe earlier on you told me that you were somewhat concerned about the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all are really. It's been very hard to judge in the whole lead up to this which direction it was going to go, based on the as you guys were saying, the very early votes that we have at the moment. It's still very unclear as to which direction it's going. I'm not sure you'd call it a trend, but the only thing that does seem to be happening is that the primary vote for both the major parties seems to be taking a fairly major hit. It's just unclear. The way they do the figures doesn't really disaggregate where the votes are going, but it does seem to be spreading across One Nation, the Greens, the Teals, to some extent, and UAP, unfortunately. So,
Okay, can I just interrupt you, Tim? Sure. Sorry. We seem to be having a technical issue here.
Oh,
Dave?
What's wrong? I'm hearing Tim fine, Michelle. To be honest,
I can hear a recording. Can anyone else hear the recording? No.
No.
All right. Look. Maybe you can just sort that out, and I'll talk to Tim.
Yeah, I'll just step back and you take over there, Dave.
I'm not trying to be patriarchal. Let the boys, discuss the important issues. But
exactly, that's right. I'll just go and cook something, will I?
Maybe do a little ironing. Tim, look, you had an extremely interesting article this week, which I shared on my Twitter feed, which I thought was very, very strong. It was totally reasonable, where you outlined some of the faults of the Morrison government and why they shouldn't be re-elected. I wonder whether you might be able to, first of all, name check your blog, which is great, and maybe talk our listeners through your thoughts there, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, sure. The place that I write is called The Future of Everything, and it's a Substack newsletter. So if people just Google that combination of words, I'm sure I'll come up.
Well worth subscribing to, for sure.
Thank you very much. My basic point in that article was to reiterate something I've been talking about over the last 3 years, and it is the nature of the Morrison government, which I think is kind of an anti-government. They're not really interested in governing in the conventional sense, and we see that with everything from the way they've reacted to fire and flood, the way they react to climate change, where they do not see their role as intervening and helping and managing the risk around these major events. And they seem much more interested in, it's not governing for its own sake, and it's not governing just for the sake of power, but it is a kind of a rewarding of people that they think should be rewarded. And we see this, obviously, the most obvious example of this, other than the ones I've already mentioned, is the so-called pork barrelling or the rorting in either marginal seats or just giving money to Liberal seats or Liberal National Party seats.
You'd regard it as being, sorry, Tim, just to butt in.
Sure.
Like Lee Sales with Anthony Albanese. You'd see that as, you'd see the Morrison government as being a little bit of a kleptocracy. Is that right? In a sense, or a cronyistic sort of thing.
It's moving in that direction. It's like the American Republican Party. They, kind of unashamedly govern for people who support them, which on one level obviously makes sense, but the whole notion of democratic government is that, you know, you govern for everybody, you govern for the nation. I don't think they really share that vision of democracy, and they're quite happy to redistribute funds and give their attention to areas that they think should get it, and often that's, you know, rewarding the richest and the most well off, and you know, their own electorates.
Tim, it doesn't seem to me that they have any real, you know, sort of democratic bent at all.
No, I think that's
Morrison
right.
was saying that you know, there would be something like a public autocracy if you allowed public servants to actually determine where publicly funded grants could go to. You know,
yeah, it was an extraordinary statement that he made. He said, you know, he was like horrified at the notion that you would allow public servants in various departments to decide how funds were distributed in various portfolios. And his argument is that, you know, they're not elected, we're elected, so we get to do it. But it's the same argument that he uses as to why he doesn't want a federal ICAC. It's like, I'm only accountable to the voters. So during the whole period of my rule, nobody can hold me accountable. If the voters want to hold me accountable, well, they can do that at the election. And you know, this flies in the face of most conventional notions of democratic governance, where there is, you know, apart from anything else, a ministerial responsibility to govern with a certain, you know, equality, and not just on behalf of those people who you think should get support.
Which leads me on to your other main theme in that article that we mentioned, which was that the media's performance in this election. I mean, just to backtrack a little bit, maybe if we could, you know, easily vote people out, and there wasn't a sort of, you know, tilted pinball machine, you know, with the media, with a strong fourth estate, you know, perhaps, you know, like 3 years of rorting wouldn't be so bad. But I think you were talking about the media seeming to exhibit quite a profound bias.
Well, I think they do. I mean, there are obviously elements of the Australian media, particularly the Murdoch media, who are just openly biased. You know, they're there to carry on their shoulders any form of Liberal National Party government that happens to come into power. They don't really care. I guess they were less enamoured of Malcolm Turnbull, but in general, you know, they see their role as to be a handmaiden to that side of politics, and I don't think they make any bones about that at this stage. And yeah, so, but I think the bigger problem with the media goes well beyond bias across all the other areas where
sort of structural issues which create.
Yeah, they've you know, obviously they've been gutted a little bit because of changes to the business model in the last 20 years. They're just not as wealthy organisations as they used to be, so they're employing fewer people. There are incentives within the ecosystem in terms of, you know, the attracting audiences that kind of reward a sort of us and them, and you know, sporting sort of approach to politics. And I think we've really seen that in this election with the whole
the racehorse. I think you talked about in one of your
articles. The racehorse sort of thing, and you see it with the you know, the buses following the leaders around. It becomes very competitive, and you know, it's who can trap someone into saying something or not saying something, and you know, making a mountain out of a molehill. We saw that a number of times with things that Anthony Albanese did. So I just think there's sort of a profound unseriousness about how they cover politics a lot of the time. I've got to say, like today I voted here in Melbourne at my local electorate. It's the polling booth's not far from where I live, and it was a beautiful day here in Melbourne, and people were lined up kind of around the block. It was a fairly long queue to get in, but it was this fantastic
Tim, I think we might have lost your audio there.
Oh,
Look,
is it back?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's back, but yeah, sorry.
Anyway,
just
my
continue your thought
point
there.
was that I think Australians take actually, and what we're seeing at the moment with the rise of these various independents is there's actually something of a renaissance happening in Australian democracy. You've seen these huge groundswells of grassroots movements created over the last couple of years, and I think one of my main criticisms of the media is that they're not really picking up on the profundity of that change that's happening, and they're still kind of looking at elections through a rather outdated model of media coverage, and I think that's really unfortunate for our democracy.
Tim,
Tim,
sorry, just before you go on, Michelle, we're sort of getting to the end of our sort of time limit. Michelle, I will ask one more question, then we're going to have to break for a little while. So carry on, Michelle.
Yeah. So, Tim, I believe that I was watching, unfortunately. I think it was actually ABC, and it was Tim Wilson,
Right.
whose seat, of course, seat of Goldstein is under threat at the moment. Apparently, well, so we believe. It's very hard to know, but from the independent Dr. Monique Ryan, and he described the movement that's happening within his own electorate as an unholy alliance between Get Up, Extinction Rebellion, the Labor Party, and the Teal Independents, which I find absolutely extraordinary. That he would suggest that there's some kind of conspiracy, and he said, and basically the whole aim of it was to make sure that seat was wrenched away from the Liberal Party. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Tim Wilson's one of those guys who was born on the boundary and thinks he hit a six. It's he's spoiled, he's privileged, and the very notion that somebody could come along and take something away from him is almost unthinkable to him. So of course he's got to come up with these ridiculous conspiracy theories. What he's actually facing is, in the form of Zoe Daniel, is a legitimate grassroots candidate who has rallied the electorate in a professional and profound way, and it looks like they're going to kick his ass. And that's all that's happening. That's what's happening with all these independent seats, and especially the teal seats. They are seats that the Liberal Party have taken for granted for many years, and they've actually managed to generate, through the Voices of movement, candidates who the electorates themselves take seriously, and it looks like they're going to do quite well.
Yeah, exactly. And thank you for fixing my blunder there. It's actually Zoe Daniel, not Monique Ryan. That's Josh Frydenberg's
right.
seat,
Yeah, okay.
Should be which we should be looking at very shortly. But thank you so very much, Tim, for
you're
all
welcome.
your insights.
Nice to talk to you
evening.
both. Thank you, Michelle, and thanks, Dave.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Tim. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
See you later.
Bye-bye. So, Dave, I just wanted to say too that the ABC was just showing the national target was somewhere around, well, the ALP actually slightly ahead on 50.1.
The ALP is slightly ahead on the two-party preferred. What about the seats, Michelle?
No, this is nationally.
What is Green Oski got going on there on the ABC at the moment? I'm getting lots of stuff in the comments here.
Yes.
James Mason here at 7:47 p.m. is going ALP 42, LNP 65, according to 7 News. That doesn't sound
Yeah.
too good.
No, that's right. So
We've got
they're all very different.
Sky News, on the other hand, is a little bit more conservative. Well, we knew that already, with the LNP 32 and the ALP on 21.
Yep.
But they do seem to be carrying a general theme.
Yeah.
So as we know, it's not always who wins a popular vote that is elected. We know back in Howard's days, Beazley won the popular vote, wasn't elected. I think Kevin Rudd won the popular vote and wasn't elected. So that does happen. So that doesn't
does.
I'm not trying to disappoint or discourage people
No,
because
no,
it's
no,
too
no.
early in the night. I'll point people to David Williamson's famous play, which like an idiot, I can't remember the name of, which was about the election prior to Gough Whitlam being elected, which had Labor in front all night, and then the Liberal Party storming home towards the end and taking power. So it's still very early days. It does seem to be
very early.
Yep. It does seem to be the party, I think it was called. Yeah.
The party, that's right. Don's party?
Don's party.
Don's party. The Williamson play. Yeah.
Don's
So
party. I wasn't alive then. Anyway.
Thanks,
well,
John
I was.
Poot also.
I was only 30 or so.
John Pooch has just also confirmed that it was Don's party. But I just wanted to say very quickly that somebody sent a note informing us that Dixon might be gone, which is very interesting indeed. That, of course,
very
is
sad because Peter Dutton's
held
been
by
a
Peter Dutton.
very strong local member up in Dixon, very strongly objectionable. So let's hope that Ali France is able to finally topple him. That would be good.
That would be actually fantastic. But at the moment, it looks like Labor might be ahead in Dixon. Very interesting indeed. So anyway, time. I think it's time, Dave.
All right, it's time. We need to go back and watch, the mainstream media, so you don't need to. All right, guys, we'll be back
exactly
shortly.
right.
See you at 8:30. Ciao. Hey, Michelle.
Hi. Welcome back to Independent Australia's live stream coverage of the crucial 2022 federal election. I'm Michelle Pini in Melbourne, and I'm joined by Dave Donovan on the Gold Coast. Dave,
Hello.
Hi, Dave. With 19% of the vote counted, what's your gut feel as to, how this is going so far? Is it going to be a landslide?
I don't think it's going to be a landslide, but I think Labor will win, is my opinion at this point of the night. It looks like it's trending towards Labor after a bit of a slow start, but that's not unusual because a lot of the early polls, a lot of the early results are from sort of regional electorates or smaller polling booths. And as the night goes on, as the bigger booths report, then it tends to favour Labor, who's generally stronger in metropolitan areas. There's a couple of interesting features of tonight's vote, particularly the strong showing of Greens in a couple of electorates, particularly Griffith, Terry Butler, who's a frontbench Labor MP. Environment, I think she covers. Kevin Rudd's old seat, that looks like it could fall to the Greens, which was one that they were targeting, but wasn't one that I actually thought was really in play. What are your thoughts, Michelle?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think that this swing to the Greens was probably unanticipated. Everyone's been talking about the teals, the independents that have been giving the Liberal Party in particular a very strong run for their money. And in fact, we're going to be speaking with Dr. Karen Phelps about that very soon. But I just wanted to, I guess I tend to agree with you. I think that it looks at this stage, tentatively, that there will be an ALP win, whether that will be an outright win or whether they will have to, form an alliance in a hung parliament. It will be will be shown very soon. But at this stage, no one's prepared to call it.
Sorry, Michelle. Have you been keeping an eye on how the teal independents are going? Because I must admit that I haven't really seen too much commentary on that at this particular point.
Well, at this stage, it looks. Yeah. Sorry. At this stage, it looks as though Allegra Spender, which is, of course, Dr. Karen Phelps' seat of Wentworth, she previously held that seat in Wentworth before Dave Sharma, is ahead at this stage. It looks as though Tim Wilson, it looks as though Zoe Daniel is ahead there. I'm not too sure about Josh Frydenberg, but...
Commenters, anybody got any news on old Friday in what is it, Kooyong, is it?
Kooyong, yeah.
Yep.
And then you've also got some very interesting seats that didn't look as though they were going to fall prior. Seat, for example, Peter Dutton's seat, which we mentioned earlier, not going to an independent, that would be going to a Labor candidate, I believe.
Yep.
So anyway,
Ali Trump's very strong candidate. She's stood there before, and she put up a very good show at the last election. So that's
absolutely
very interesting.
It is. So, but I think, why don't we have a word now to Professor Kerryn Phelps? We'll just see if she's ready to go. Yes, there she is. So Professor Karen Phelps, AM, is an IA columnist, a general practitioner and former president of the Australian Medical Association and the former federal member for Wentworth. Welcome, Karen.
Thanks, Michelle. Hello, David.
Great to have you on, Karen.
Pleasure to be here.
Very good indeed. Yeah. Now, Karen, you, of course, have quite a lot of information and experience in the seat of Wentworth, which is one of the seats tipped to go to a teal independent. And you've said throughout this election the independent movement is not to be underestimated. What are your thoughts on how Allegra Spender is going there at the moment?
Well, she's polling very strongly at the moment. From what I can see from the latest reports, it's looking around 45-55, two candidate preferred in her favour. But there's looking to me like a very strong showing for a number of the teal independents. Anthony Green has already called Warringah Fazali Steggall. So
Wow.
Right.
yeah, that's a win.
Well done, Zali.
Yes.
Sophie Stomps is ahead in Mackellar at the moment. Allegra Spender is ahead in Wentworth at the moment. Kylie Tink's ahead, 2 candidate preferred in North Sydney.
Great.
Indi is looking very strong for Helen Haynes at the moment,
Yes.
although it's close. Zoe Daniels ahead in Goldstein and Monique Ryan's ahead in Kooyong. Andrew
Excellent.
Wilkie will retain Clark, and Rebecca Sharkey will retain Mayo in South Australia, so they'll return to the crossbench. Adam Banser retain, and as you mentioned earlier, possible Green gaining Griffith. So, I mean, there is a path here for a very strong independent and Green crossbench.
Right. And so what are your thoughts about that? I mean, I know you've actually written for us about this very issue as well, but what are your thoughts about how that would work if Labor were in fact to gain power in this election with a very strong independent crossbench?
Well, everything depends on the numbers, of course, as you know, and so what we would be looking at is over the next few hours, and it's still quite a few seats hanging in the balance, and the polls only just closed a half an hour or so ago in Western Australia, and so we'll be looking at Kate Cheney's independent over there in Western Australia and how she goes, which I think will be a very interesting result. But looking at what is going to happen in Western Australia, there could be a bigger swing there than in other parts of the country. But what's been very interesting is seeing that the primary vote for the major parties looks like it's fractured in a lot of the seats. And even where those seats have been retained by the major parties, it's looking very much like there's a lot of interest in another way. And so in some cases, there's been a big shift across of some votes to the Greens, and where there is one of these strong centrist so-called teal independents making very, very strong showing. And as I said, almost all of those are currently ahead in their seats. So that's fantastic news for this new movement. And I think it'll be very interesting to see what happens once all the votes are counted. And of course, there are a lot of postal votes, so we have to be very cautious with any predictions at the moment, because what I've discovered in running a by-election campaign and then a federal election campaign quite close to each other in 2018 and 2019 was that you really can't be sure unless there is a very big disparity between the Liberal candidate, for example, and the independent candidate until the postal votes come in, and you start seeing what trend is happening with the postal votes, because they can make quite a difference.
Indeed. And so what do you make, sorry, Dave, you can have the next one, but what do you make of this reference that Tim Wilson actually made to the Teal Independent movement as an unholy alliance between what he terms Get Up, I think he threw in Extinction Rebellion and every other movement that we've ever heard of. He's lumped them in with the Labor Party and and the Greens, and they've all sort of had this idea that they're going to bring down the Liberal Party. What do you make of that assessment?
Well, one of the things that has really been quite evident over this campaign is the attitude of some members of Parliament who are in what they thought were safe seats, having this sort of sense of entitlement to the seat for life. And what the community independent movement has shown is that it's actually up to communities to elect their representative to have their voice in Parliament. It's called a House of Representatives for a reason. And what the independents are showing is that communities can have this organic growth of a movement within that has come from a sense of dissatisfaction with a major party. And there's been a lot of frustration, and I have written about this sense of frustration boiling over to anger in some respects. I mean, there's certainly been some anger amongst women about some of the women's issues, like, for example, safety in the workplace and sexual harassment issues, things like the gender pay gap, the gender superannuation gap, the poor deal.
Oh, those little things.
Yeah, those little bits and pieces, the affordability of childcare. So there's been there's really no coincidence that the majority of these independents are strong, professional, accomplished women who are reflecting a lot of the views of the women and men in their communities who do want to see a better deal for women. And of course, then you've got the climate issue, and the teal colouring is symbolic of being partway between small L liberal values with environmental credentials. And it's now seen as eminently sensible that we deal with the climate crisis that's upon us. It's not a fringe issue. Young people have been right on board with this for a very long time now. And so we're seeing young people and women, so there are those groups. We're also seeing across the board in really most demographics, people wanting to see a return to good governance and to a sense of integrity and trust in our parliament. And the fact that the Liberal and National Coalition have steadfastly refused to introduce an integrity commission with the excuse that they wanted everybody to just not debate the elements of an integrity commission, but they just wanted to introduce their particular brand of an integrity commission without any changes to it. And people are saying, hang on a second, that's actually not what the judiciary is saying is a good idea. It's not what the independents are saying is a good idea. It's not what Labor is saying is an ideal form of an integrity commission. So there's that issue, which the independents have really focused very strongly on. And then, of course, there are other issues that have come to the fore, like aged care, healthcare, cost of living, minimum wage, all of these issues that really need a fresh approach, and where people did not necessarily want to go to Labor's ideas for that. They in some of these seats are saying, well, hang on a second, I want to look at what these independents have to offer. And they've had extensive conversations within their electorates to find out what it is that their electorates want, what their communities want in terms of a representative going to Canberra. And this is why I'm seeing such a strong showing amongst these wonderful candidates around the country.
Fantastic. Dave, you had a question as well.
Yes, Dr. Phelps. Look, I just want to thank you so much for your regular column for Independent Australia. It's been, truly a delight for our readers to have your insight. And thank you very much for coming on this show as well. I just wanted to ask your opinion about the claim that's been made, not only by the government, but also in the media, that a minority government, which, might have, some of these so-called teal independents as determining factors, would cause chaos in Parliament. Or, do you think that perhaps it might lead, as you said, with more women, with a less adversarial approach to Parliament, to a more collaborative form of democracy?
Well, I'll start by quoting Cathy McGowan from Q&A last Thursday, who said that in her parliamentary experience, the most chaotic time that she has ever experienced was when Malcolm Turnbull was deposed as Prime Minister, and you had Peter Dutton and Scott Morrison vying for his job, and then he left, and then that was a by-election, and then I was elected at that by-election, and then the day after my first speech in Parliament, Julia Banks, out of principle, left the Liberal Party and completed her term as an independent. And at that time, we had a balanced minority government. I mean, bearing in mind that we've had a minority government for years and years, which is the Liberal and National Coalition, and nobody knows what the agreement is. What's the deal between the Liberal Nationals and the Liberal National Party in Queensland? We don't know what deal they have to form a government, apart from the
National Party gets about 5% of the national vote, which is,
and yet they have so much influence. So we had all this chaos around the leadership, okay? And then we had this balanced crossbench when Julia Banks and I joined the crossbench within a short period of time. And we were able to see superb legislation. The Medivac legislation passed during that period of time, during those few months, negotiated, drafted, and consulted widely with the sector across Labor, Greens, the Independents, and we came up with this life-saving legislation. Now, that is the sort of thing that a sensible crossbench like this would be able to achieve in a minority government. I don't call that chaos. I call that good government.
Democracy, maybe.
Representing the wishes of your community. And one thing I would like to address is this whole issue of governments who come in with a majority saying, well, we've got a mandate. Now, they might have 70% of their ideas being actually pretty jolly good, okay? But they might have 30% of their ideas that are just wacky. And we're supposed to accept that because they were voted in, that you've got to accept all the wacky things that they come up with as well as the really good ideas. And that's, again, where a crossbench can have a really powerful influence in a minority or a balanced government. And that is where they can say, look, you know, agree, the community wanted you to have your hands on the steering wheel of government. But what they wanted is this insurance policy so that we had another group of people with a bit of a different view who could amend legislation, who could toss out the ideas that were not in the community's best interest, and then negotiate around the edges of other legislation. Rather than you have this situation, which I often found, where we were having legislation thrown on our desks the day that we were supposed to be voting on it, sight unseen. Now, that's not the way legislation ought to be done. We should have time to deliberate, to actually debate things, not to have gag after gag after gag motion in the parliament to stop people debating things. So when you have a strong crossbench, you will see more consultation, you will see more negotiation, you will see more debate. And I think that is healthy for democracy. And I've said that the emergence of this independent movement is going to usher in a new era of democracy. And I believe we are seeing the very beginnings of that. We saw it with Cathy McGowan in 2013, 2016, handed over to Helen Haynes in 2019, who looks like holding on to that seat again in Indi. We saw it in Wentworth in 2018, and Wentworth, you know, by the looks of it, may well return to independent hands, which would be a wonderful legacy. And then we have all of these other wonderful, superb candidates who have put their hands up and saying, I am prepared to leave my current professional life, the successful professional lives, and put my hand up to work for my community in the parliament. That's what I did, and that's what these people are doing.
Oh, well done.
We concur, yeah. We think it would be a fantastic move for democracy, and we're certainly hoping that a lot of these wonderful candidates, you know, are successful, and basically we're hoping that we have a new government as well. So thank you so very
can
much.
I just make one little point before we go? Just on that chaos point that is put out by both major parties, really, it should be noted that in Europe, minority governments are the norm. You know, having people actually negotiating and trying to reach the best solutions rather than having what is, you know, to use Scott Morrison's words, a party autocracy for 3 years, you know, actually does tend to produce far better results. And I think Germany would be a classic example, but, you know, right through Europe. So thanks so much for that, Karen. I personally feel that the rise of the independents is one of the best things that we've seen in Australian politics for many years. So thanks a lot for coming on. It's been very interesting.
Thank you, David. Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Karen. Bye-bye. Well, there you have it. I think that was an excellent summation of what's happening, really, with that whole independent movement, the teal movement, the unholy alliance, as Tim would have it known. And hopefully they get an unholy result and kick out quite a few of these entitled MPs. What do you think, Dave?
I just want to know whether Tim Wilson is going, because I don't know. I think look, my personal opinion, and look, I've got no problem with people who are excessively oleaginous, overly greasy and slimy, but I think it's time for him to slip out of Parliament. Does anybody have any updates in Goldstein?
Well, at the moment, he certainly looks like he's going to lose that seat. So the last count, wasn't looking good for Tim.
All right, we'll be back.
All right, we will be back at 9:30, and we will actually be joined, I believe, Dave, with Hayden O'Connor, who has been working in the hustings, in fact, in Josh Frydenberg's seat. Hopefully we'll get some more information about what's going on there with Dr. Monique Ryan, and whether the Treasurer will actually lose his seat. So
Hayden is a very popular columnist, and it'll be interesting talking to him. We'll be back. See you soon.
we'll be back. Bye.
Welcome back. As usual, my name is Dave. I'm hearing a lot of nasty feedback in my headphones. I'm not sure about you, Michelle. Anyway, do you remember early on this evening when we were feeling all worried that because Labor was quite a bit behind, according to the mainstream media stuff, Michelle?
I remember.
Michelle Pini, Independent Australia managing editor, by the way, in case anybody didn't know. Yes, Michelle, carry on.
Indeed, but things have changed a little bit, I believe. Can you hear me?
Getting some sort of weird echo effect.
Yeah.
Have you just gone quickly off to a rave party or something? And
can you hear me now? No, it's still very, very soft.
Yep,
Okay,
I can hear you.
let's go out and come back in. Just give it a sec.
Over and over again. All right. Can we, Michelle? We'll come back to you in a minute. We just till we sort out your audio. All right, folks. I'm joined here by my special guest, Betty Teddy. Hayden dog. Anyway, as I was saying before, remember when we were getting a bit worried that Scott Morrison was looking pretty good in the LNP and so on, that Labor were behind it in all the seat counts and so on? Not anymore. It's heading one way, folks. Labor are looking like winning, which is good. Welcome back, Michelle.
Can you hear me?
Nice to have you. Oh, nice to have you back.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts?
Well, it's certainly looking like the Liberals can't win. Okay, so now it's really just a question of whether Labor will win outright or if there will be a minority government, in which case it looks like they'll have a very interesting crossbench with which to work, which at this stage there's two Green candidates, two Green MPs rather, and
who look like getting up, you mean? Who look like winning their seats unexpectedly?
Correct. Yep. And at the moment there's 8 other seats, which I believe Zoe Daniel has just claimed the seat of Goldstein. So Tim Wilson, safe Liberal seat, completely gone. Yeah, and then of course we have the other seats. There's quite a few safe Liberal seats that are in contention, including Deakin, Chisholm, there's quite a few in Victoria actually, and of course Kooyong, which has been held by Josh Frydenberg and is also a safe Liberal seat. And will
be still safe?
It doesn't look like it, no, but we're going to find out more about that. We have, I believe, Hayden O'Connor. There's
a little bit of a problem there with Hayden's audio. And is there any chance that you can find a slightly quieter area?
I'll see if I can.
Yeah. Thanks, Hayden. Okay, he'll be joining us very shortly. So
Hayden O'Connor is one of our regular columnists, isn't he? Perhaps you could give us a little bit of a bio for Hayden.
Hayden is a regular Independent Australia columnist and an IT professional living in Melbourne, and he's certainly, given us quite a lot of information up until now. But he's taken a bit of time out because he's been working behind the scenes in the hustings in Kooyong for Dr. Monique Ryan's seat. Dr. Monique Ryan's campaign for Josh Frydenberg's seat. So we're hoping to get some information straight from the horse's mouth there as to how that's going. And I think he's about to join us again now.
Welcome back, Hayden. How are you? How's it all going there? In the seat of Kooyong.
Can you hear us,
Hayden? I think he's
Can
lovely.
you hear me now, David?
Hello.
Hayden, how's it going there? Josh
I don't think
Frydenberg
Hayden
hasn't
can hear
interfered with your audio, has he? He's a devil.
We're having a few. We needed you to
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, yay. Hi,
We can
Hayden. How
hear
are
you
you?
too.
So I didn't catch that, Dave.
Sorry, I was just asking you, Hayden, how
Sorry, I didn't catch the question.
how are things going there in Kooyong? Wait up, buffering. NBN, people, I tell you, we should have gone full fibre right from the node. I mean, not from the node.
We might even get that now.
Whatever it is, right to the
You
house.
never know. It might actually be a possibility.
Yeah, well, that's true.
We lost Hayden. I'm very sorry.
I like the way that you're feeling there, Michelle. It's like you're a thorough professional. Anyway, here we go. Hayden's back.
Hayden's
A volunteer for Dr. Monique Ryan in Kooyong. I understand, Hayden.
I'm back, yes.
Hi, Hayden.
How are things there?
Hi. Sorry, what was the question, David?
How are things in Kooyong at the moment? How do you feel? What's the feeling there on the ground?
It's looking very good in Kooyong at the moment. Both candidates are about 40% on first preferences, and we know that majority of preferences will go Monique's way, and we're getting good results from our scrutineers. It's in boosts where you wouldn't expect, where you would expect the Liberals to do very well, such as Baldwin North, big swings towards Monique, which is really positive. So really, the postal vote's probably the only concern at this stage, I would say.
Yeah.
Hayden, what's your opinion about the campaign that Frydenberg's team have run in Kooyong, which at times has been fairly controversial?
I think
probably specifically, as most people know, about the revelation about Dr. Ryan's mum. You know, alleged revelation about Dr. Ryan's mum.
Yeah. Well, that was I believe a mother-in-law actually, but I think you should just keep your family. Yeah, but I think you should just keep your family out of politics. Really, I mean, she's not part of the campaign team. I know Josh mentioned, Rob Bailey's article in defence of that, but Rob's on our campaign team. He's volunteer manager. He's already in the thick of it, so it's completely different. And he should have stayed away from that. Mentioning Monique Ryan's mother-in-law.
Well, from my perspective, it lacks decency. That's there's no reason to involve other people's candidates, particularly not their mother-in-laws. I wouldn't like to hear what my mother-in-law would say about me, quite frankly. Anyway, so how's Dr. Ryan feeling? Is she feeling confident that?
Well, that's exactly right. And
carry on, Hayden.
Well, I think we're all feeling optimistic, but we're not getting too far ahead of ourselves. We know it looks good, but we certainly don't want to jinx it. But yeah, it looks pretty positive.
Mate, we're having a few problems with your audio, so I'm going to cut it a bit short, but thanks so much.
No worries.
Thank you for your columns, which are very popular, and we love what you do. So keep up the great work, mate, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, David.
So much, Hayden.
Thanks, Michelle.
Bye-bye. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Hayden O'Connor.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame that we can't. We couldn't sort that issue out with him. We should have had him doing our IT.
It's a bit unusual for us to have
professional.
technical difficulties, isn't it, Michelle? That's definitely not something that's plagued this telecast in any way, shape, or form.
No,
So,
not at all.
which is
Not
good.
at all. But just on the bright side, there we've had the same issue in the ABCs.
Yeah. What do you mean? The fact that they've got Anthony Green on there, sort of. I like Anthony. He's good, but it's I noticed at one point they had a gain to the LNP and then like a loss to the LNP on the other side. I'm not sure his.
Can I just say it looks?
Great.
Sorry to interrupt you, but it looks as though we have now 70. 71 seats for Labor, and the LNP are on 49. So there's certainly no way, with 22 seats left, it does not look as though the Liberals will be able to retain government.
Are you calling the election, Michelle?
No, but is it time to have some...
Michelle Pini calls the election.
Is it time to have champagne yet?
Where's the bubbly? Sorry.
Where's the bubbly? Someone bring the Bollinger now. No, I don't want to do that because it's kind of bad luck, isn't it? Until we know for sure.
A couple of other little details. I'm sort of talking over you because, that's what us middle-aged white men are entitled to do to women, as we all know. So there's another interesting result that has just happened regarding Trent Zimmerman and Kylie Fink down there in North Sydney, with Trent Zimmerman conceding.
Correct.
That is quite a big win. As you know, Michelle, one of the friends of IA, Denise Shriver, I'm hoping to actually, has worked very much on that common sense ticket there with Jane Kerr and others and Kylie Fink down in Sydney. I'm hoping that I might be able to get Denise to come on and talk to us about this, because that is a big win. Of course, that particular seat was once held by Joe Hockey. It was a relatively safe seat. So
yes, correct.
Trent Zimmerman, being one of the so-called moderate Liberals, has fallen to one of the teal. Look, I'm male. I don't really see shades of colours. One of the green independents, or sort of greeny blue. So,
are you lumping them in with the Greens like Frydenberg, like the Treasurer has? No, I know.
No, we'll call them teal, but I've just never known what teal was. So
teal, yeah.
Anyway.
But it certainly seems as though that's the case, and also it looks as though Chisholm will go. Gladys Liu probably has lost her seat.
China will be devastated.
Yes, I think so. So we've, I think somebody said okay, so ABC projects a Labor win now.
ABC have called it.
They've called it.
That's what happened. But you were first, Michelle, weren't you?
I was first. Okay. Does that mean it's time for the bubble?
Oh, Green, eat your heart out. It's the Pini election.
That's right.
That's terrific.
Anthony,
well,
you'll have to wait for the next one in another 3 years to win.
All right, folks. Well, if that is the case, and I believe that there is my own personal opinion, and as we all know, I'm a psephologist expert. I don't think that the LNP or the Liberal National Party in their various incarnations can come back at this point. It will be a new government. I do not believe that even if it did turn out to be a minority government, that they would side with the Liberal Party. I think that's not going to happen. So we've got a new government coming up, folks. Well done.
Like it. So yes, absolutely.
The dawn is coming.
Indeed. And I think, one of the things that I found very interesting from Professor Kerryn Phelps's earlier interview is that, and you've touched on this many times as well, Dave, of course, as we're very strong supporters of independent candidates, is this idea that, oh, goodness me, hang on just 1 second. It looks as though...
7 years is called it.
Beg your pardon?
I just said 7 years has just called it for Labor as well.
It looks as though Labor has actually won the seat of Pierce, which was the seat previously held by former Attorney General Christian Porter.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that's surprising that they're not hugely supportive of the Liberal Party after what's happened.
Exactly, but that's actually quite a big. That was a very safe Liberal seat.
Do you know who the candidate was in that seat?
Yes, Linda Aitken, who is actually a Pentecostal person as well. I'm not sure how you refer.
That's right. She
How's a
was.
cocktail?
I think I put her down in one of my recent columns as one of the adherents to the Seven Mountains Mandate.
Correct. Yes.
That mad Pentecostal aim to control every part of our society. Nothing to worry about.
No,
all
nothing
good.
at all. Nothing.
No.
Minor detail. But
Back to
yes,
Nelson.
sorry. So what I was going to say was, I think the interesting thing that's come out of this now is whether, in fact, even if there is a majority Labor government, I think on a lot of issues they will have a crossbench, a very strong independent candidates and Greens with which to negotiate on various bills. So that will be an interesting thing, because I think it, as we've said before, it does make for a robust democracy when you've got a wide range of views.
Yeah, look, I think it's very interesting to look at the way the independents, as Professor Phelps mentioned, seem to be largely women. It seems to be the rise to me of the women. I can imagine that many women are a little dissatisfied with the sort of misogynistic Morrison government, which has been prone to diminish some of the horrifying sexual abuse claims that have gone through Parliament. I couldn't speak to that particular thing, but it seems to me that at this election it has been really a strong rise for the kind of women representation, particularly with the independents.
Absolutely, and I think there are more women than men in Australia. Coincidentally, it's time that our interests were actually represented in some form. But details again.
Some may say. Some may say it's been a while coming, though. But
it has indeed.
I don't think we're completely there yet either.
No, absolutely not. But anyway, so look, it's very interesting. But I think at this stage, I'm calling it. I'm going to go get the bubbly.
Thanks, Violet Green.
And
look, we should probably take a break and come back again. Hopefully, after the break, we'll be able to get our investigations editor, Ross Jones, who is standing for the Senate for the party that the single issue party he established, Federal ICAC Now party, to come on and speak to us. And it'll be very interesting to find out what his views are.
Yep, and absolutely, because it's one of those things, isn't it, where even though Labor have said that they're committed to introducing an integrity commission, I think having another, a single issue party represented in the Senate would certainly make sure that that commission is as robust and as, as unbiased as it possibly can be.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Thanks, Michelle. Always a pleasure as ever. Never a chore. And we'll be back very shortly. Thank you.
We'll be back very soon. Yep. Bye. Hi.
Welcome back, Michelle. It's good to see you, as ever.
Thanks so much,
Oh my
Dave.
God.
So, if you've just joined us, welcome back to Independent Australia's live stream coverage of this very crucial 2022 federal election. And I'm Michelle Pini in Melbourne, for those who don't know, and I'm joined by founder and publisher Dave Donovan on the Gold Coast. Hi, Dave. Now, I don't mean to brag, Dave, but I did call it before Anthony Green.
You called it. It was close, but you did call it about a minute before him. And we can look at the records are going to be there. It's astounding.
It's my little claim to fame.
Well, I think that's a big claim to fame. Anthony Green's got a reputation as some sort of a psephologist or some other word that I can't properly pronounce. And
he does indeed.
And look at you. You don't have any real sort of background or history. No one in the mainstream media on Twitter is talking about your credentials, but look at you, a minute before.
Exactly.
Good work, Michelle.
I
knew you had it
now,
in you.
I've got a couple of things I need to say, Dave.
Yeah, good. Say them. This is a perfect time.
Okay. The first one is that, as we know at the moment, the ALP, the Liberal Party will be unable to form government. The ALP has won the election, but we don't know yet if it will be an outright majority or not. And I'm going to get back to that in a moment. But I would like to say, I am in the electorate. Two things have made me enormously happy. Okay, I'm in the electorate of Menzies, and for the first time ever in the history of politics in Australia has Menzies teetered on the edge. But at the moment, the ALP are ahead in Menzies.
Beautiful. He'd be rolling over in his grave, the old bloody
He would
peanut.
indeed. He would be rolling over in his grave. And so now the next thing that I really want to talk about is that there is a landslide in WA. But as we know,
not literally, because that would be tragic. We're talking election.
Not literally. A landslide to
a long
Labor.
way away over there. All sorts of things.
That's true. There's a landslide to Labor. However, a question directed to Tanya Plibersek by Lisa on the ABC tonight epitomises the attitude of the mainstream media, sadly, including the ABC, throughout this period in politics, as far as I'm concerned, and certainly throughout this election. The question was, what has Labor done wrong not to win in a landslide?
Yes, Labor. Useless. What have they done wrong?
The coalition
you had all the help from the media who were just behind you the whole way. You had all the funding from big business, big mining are right behind you. You had every advantage under the sun.
Yep.
And you still couldn't win the landslide.
Win
you couldn't win a little piddly sort of majority. You should just give up.
Only the WA polls have they won in a landslide so far. But, that's neither here nor there. It's all Labor's fault.
All right.
God.
All right, WA, Lisa lets you off.
Correct. Now, and the other thing that I want to say, it's making me very, very excited at the moment, Dave, is
How excited, Michelle?
Very excited. And I've saved the Bollinger until after this live stream, which we're about to conclude.
Maybe we should. Yeah, we'll save that for the later.
Yep. Because Frydenberg, the Treasurer, the Honourable Josh Frydenberg, is honourable no more since he just conceded.
He did.
He did.
I noticed that. And that
actually makes me extremely happy. Just thought I'd throw that in.
Well, that surprised me, Michelle, because I've always felt that you've been extremely even-handed and often quite positive in your editorials about Joshy Frydenberg. So the fact that you are happy by his demise as treasurer, I'm here with Dan at the moment, and we were watching Josh's. There's his hand. That's enough. That's pretty much, you get the picture.
I do.
and we were watching Joss's speech, not the whole lot. We were muting a lot of it, naturally,
Yes,
because it was starting to go on a fair bit.
necessary.
But from what I could gather, he was saying that he wanted to spend more time to become an extraordinary dad, right? And, obviously, apart from sort of window dressing his terrible career as treasurer. So Dan and I thought that it would be good. He should be an extraordinary dad because he was a pretty shithouse treasurer. Let's face it. I mean, honestly, like I'm a qualified accountant. I'm not a good accountant, but I used to work in banking, and he was going on about how they were proud of some of the achievements that they had, and he mentioned first of all balancing the budget. Now, like I said, I'm not a great accountant. I used to work in banking years ago as a bean counter, and even I would not try to round off $1 trillion debt as being balanced. Like if I went to the auditors, they'd go, "Sorry, Dave, that's just not quite right."
It's not quite right, no.
Well, hopefully he'll be an extraordinary dad because he's a shithouse mathematician. His arithmetic's not his thing.
But Dave, I think you're being very harsh because it wasn't their fault. I believe Annabelle Crabb said tonight that it was, through no fault of the incumbents that they've gone through this extraordinary situation of a pandemic.
Look, Michelle, like I said to Dan earlier on, I'm glad that no one else in Annabelle's family works for the ABC because then they'd have crabs. And
it's true.
We don't need that.
We can't have that. We cannot have that. So I'll just.
And I'm actually a little surprised that you didn't mute her. But anyway, look, that's all good. Anything else? Any other words of wisdom from Lisa?
These are my chief things. So have we got someone standing by now? Because we had a few technical issues. Do we have another guest in the studio?
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. Trying to get Ross Jones to come on, but it seems that he's suffering from some technical difficulties, which might relate to him playing pool all night at the local pub. We were hoping. I did contact Denise Shrevell, lovely Denise, who has been working diligently away in Kylie Fink's seat. Tink, is that her name?
Yes.
In North Sydney, and she's at James Kerou's party, and it just technically she wasn't able to do it. There's a lot of people around. We didn't want another incident like Hayden O'Connor, so
we did not.
I think we can say. Well, I mean, in terms of the audio, Hayden was obviously brilliant, of course. But the audio, we didn't want another audio problem.
That's right.
We'd already had them. Our first little segment wasn't exactly seamless. I think that'd be a fair point. But I think in response to your question, no, we don't have any more guests. Just ask.
We don't have any more. So basically, we can now party because we went into this. We went into this election day at Independent Australia fervently wishing for a change of government.
Very fervent.
We were so fervent. We were so, we were
100% fervent.
Vehemently wishing.
That's another adjective.
Yes.
Or maybe it's an adverb.
And it's actually come to fruition. So all I'd like to say is I'm a little bit overcome really with the fact that whether it's majority, minority or whatever, it won't be a coalition government this time around. And it would be interesting to see what actually happens to the coalition now. What are your thoughts on that, Dave? Because, of course, who will be the leader?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm hoping for their imminent collapse and disbandment and widespread joining of Buddhist monasteries over in Tibet from a large number of the party, having seen the error of their ways. But, I very much doubt that's going to happen. Probably not from Dutton. He'd probably declare war on Tibet instead. But I think that...
Dutton didn't lose his seat, by the way.
Oh.
You can't win them all.
What happened?
I know.
What happened?
I don't know.
Somebody. You told me
It
he was going to
seems
lose
to-
his seat, Michelle.
Well, that was the indicator. I'm sorry. I got the overall election right. I got the Dutton prediction wrong. I do apologise.
So you asked the question, what are they going to do after this? And he didn't lose his seat. So Dutton, leader of the Liberal.
I can't see it.
No, really? I don't want to see it.
No, I don't want to. No one wants. I don't think many people want to see it put that way.
No.
But obviously, Dutton.
He's
does.
like Skeletor. You ever saw that cartoon back in the day?
However, I can't see it. I really think if they choose, I mean, it's possible, but I think if Peter Dutton does become leader, they will be in opposition for a very long time. That's my prediction. There's another prediction. There's another prediction, Anthony. Eat your heart out, Anthony.
All right. So, right, I think this is time for us to say thank you to the new Anthony Green, the much better and more fluent version. Let's face it, with much better hairstyle and about 2 feet taller. And thanks to Dan, who did great work. Come around here, Dan.
Yes.
Behind. Come on.
Thanks, Dan.
Come on, Dan. There he is, Dan.
There he is. Thank you, Dan.
Sorry, that's why we don't have him on screen.
Hey, Dave,
And,
we do have one more piece of, housekeeping, I believe.
Housekeeping.
Yes,
Well,
and that is we need to
that's something I'm not very
announce
fond of doing.
the winner of our $100
Yes.
prize, $100 Apple voucher, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
For the best comment and or question, which is?
Right. Well, you've put
Do
me
we
in
have a drum roll, Dan?
You've put me in rather a spot, Michelle, because
Wow.
well, look, we've got technical problems here again. We're just going to...
Oh, bad luck. All right. We'll have to call it tomorrow. Dan, I thought you had one worked out already.
Like I don't have enough to do already.
All right.
Yeah, we can go back through the comments and pick one, and we can announce the winner on Twitter or wherever you want to. So
I didn't know we were going to be announcing it tonight.
yeah,
I thought we'd be doing it later.
Okay.
Look, I'm going to pick one. I think Charmaine Woozale has been generally the best, most consistent commenter. Has said some funny things. There's been some other good ones.
And also provided very important information.
We've had Andrew Green. Andrew Green?
Adam Green.
Adam Green. Sorry, Adam. It's been a big night.
Yes.
Big day. And there's been lots of... Pagnol, you're a guru.
Yeah. Everybody gets a one.
There's been a few trolls. You suck. But generally, Ellie May been good.
Charmaine,
but Charmaine over there, look, with her elbow cough, look, just
we're going all the way back here. She even waved madly. Look at that.
Charmaine.
She waved madly.
Hi, Charmaine.
I think it's actually because of her. I think that's how the election had the outcome that it had. I think
it was all up to you, Charmaine.
Yep.
A little bit Michelle, but mostly you.
Look at this. Keeping out would be nice, and then they looked at it like, oh wow, maybe she's right.
Excellent. Well, Charmaine, you're our winner this evening. Thank you so much for interacting with Independent Australia, and everybody, big Charmaine, I love it. So,
here's my vote as well because she actually thanked me. So
I just want to also just add that I really like the first name Charmaine. It's a great name.
Okay. Well, there you go.
It is. Yeah. Well done, Charmaine. On all fronts. Your name, your comments.
Sorry to all those people who interacted but didn't happen to have a name that, suits the bunny. However...
That's not a bunny. It's a dog.
Oh, it's a dog. I beg your pardon.
Sorry.
Soft toy. Cujo.
All right, let's go. It's finished.
Let's go. How do we get in touch with Charmaine? Charmaine, can you please?
A Twitter follower?
Yes. Can you please send us your details on Twitter to Independent Australia, and we will arrange to send you your prize. Morrison has just conceded.
What if she's not on Twitter?
To Charmaine. Thanks,
Oh,
James.
Dan, are you trying to take over the show?
No, but you wanted me to dot the T's and cross the I's, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay, bye, Dan.
But just one last thing before we go, Michelle, before you sign off for good. Independent Australia is a small, privately run, very independent news website. Charmaine doesn't do Twitter. She's on Facebook. Charmaine, can you send us a message on our Facebook page, please, if you are there? Otherwise, email us at editor@independentaustralia.net, and we'll get your postal address off you and get this thing out to you.
Excellent.
Lastly, I just want to say, Independent Australia, this is the first time we've done this. Surprise, surprise. And it's been a lot of fun. Thank you, Michelle. Please support independent media. If not us, independentaustralia.net, then others. Please consider subscribing and donating. Just go to independentaustralia.net and you'll see up the top, subscribe or donate. If you subscribe, you become part of our family. You get our weekly newsletter or daily, depending on which option you take. And some of our merchandise, we've got, this shirt that I'm wearing at the moment with the cartoon by Mark David, which is pretty cool. And we've got, stickers and all sorts of stuff. So please support us, and we'll keep on being able to bring you fearless, independent content.
Thank you, Adam Green, who just thanked us as well. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the people that have interacted with us this evening, and our special guests, Professor Kerryn Phelps, Dr. Tim Dunlop, Hayden O'Connor. Thank you so very much. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Michelle. See you later, folks. Bye now.
Bye. Off to the champagne.